Hey, good to have you here tonight. Whenever you're listening to this, late evening, early morning, or somewhere in between, I hope this gives you a quiet story to follow along with. Tonight's case is a real one, told calmly, step by step, just the way we usually do here. And if you've never commented before, feel free to say where you're listening from. I always like seeing who's here. All right, let's begin. Episode 127. I'm going to tell you a story about a crime that investigators initially believed was a tragic home invasion, a brutal attack carried out by strangers in the middle of the night, until months of careful investigation revealed that the terrifying story told to police had been deliberately invented by the only surviving witness inside the house. In the early morning hours of March 23, 2015, emergency operators in Vallejo, California received a frantic call from a man named Aaron Quinn. His voice shook as he explained that intruders had broken into his home during the night, drugged him, tied him up, and kidnapped his girlfriend, 29-year-old Denise Huskins. According to Aaron, the attackers wore wetsuits and used flashing lights and recorded messages to control him while they abducted Denise. The story sounded extraordinary. Aaron told police the kidnappers demanded ransom money and warned him not to contact authorities. Despite the warning, he eventually called 911 after freeing himself. When officers arrived, they found no obvious signs of forced entry. Aaron appeared exhausted and confused. Still, detectives initially treated the case as a possible abduction. Very quickly, skepticism emerged. Investigators struggled to reconcile Aaron's detailed account with physical evidence inside the home. There were few signs of struggle. The timeline felt unusual. Detectives began questioning whether the kidnapping had been staged. Aaron underwent hours of interrogation. Rather than treating him as a victim, investigators increasingly viewed him as a suspect. Then, 2 days later, something unexpected happened. Denise Huskins reappeared alive nearly 400 miles away in Huntington Beach, California. She contacted police claiming she had been held captive, assaulted, and eventually released by her kidnappers. Instead of confirming Aaron's account, authorities publicly suggested the entire event was a hoax. Police compared the situation to the fictional film Gone Girl, implying the couple had fabricated the kidnapping for attention. The public reaction turned harsh. Media coverage portrayed Denise and Aaron as dishonest. Their reputations were damaged almost overnight. But one detective working a separate case noticed similarities between Denise's account and an earlier home invasion reported in Dublin, California. In that incident, a masked intruder had entered a home at night, used restraints, and demonstrated unusual planning and surveillance tactics. The suspect in that earlier case had not been caught. Evidence from the Dublin investigation led authorities to a former Marine named Matthew Muller, a Harvard-educated immigration attorney who had served in elite military units before experiencing severe mental decline. Muller had begun committing increasingly elaborate home invasions, targeting couples and using pre-recorded audio instructions to control victims. In June 2015, police searching Muller's residence discovered overwhelming evidence. Inside were stolen electronics, weapons, restraints, goggles, and recordings matching details provided independently by Denise Huskins. Digital files connected him directly to the Vallejo kidnapping. Muller had acted alone. Investigators learned he had surveilled Aaron and Denise beforehand, studying their routines before breaking into their home. He used sedatives, blindfolds, and psychological manipulation to maintain control. After abducting Denise, he transported her across state lines before releasing her near her family home. In 2016, Matthew Muller pleaded guilty in federal court to kidnapping Denise Huskins. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Additional charges later connected him to other home invasion crimes, resulting in further convictions and extended sentences. The revelation forced a dramatic reversal. Vallejo police formally apologized to Denise and Aaron for publicly doubting them. Independent investigations later criticized law enforcement handling of the case, noting that confirmation bias had caused investigators to dismiss legitimate victim testimony. For Denise Huskins, the trauma extended beyond the crime itself. She and Aaron faced months of public suspicion while knowing they were telling the truth. Their experience became a national example of how victims can be misjudged when cases appear unusual or difficult to believe. What makes this story deeply unsettling is how close the investigation came to failing entirely. Had Mueller not been connected through another case, the kidnapping might have remained labeled a fabrication. A real offender could have continued targeting victims while authorities pursued the wrong theory. Matthew Mueller remains imprisoned, convicted through confession and forensic evidence linking him conclusively to the crime. The case stands as a reminder that truth does not always resemble expectation. Sometimes real crimes sound improbable. Sometimes victims struggle to be believed. And sometimes the most dangerous mistake in an investigation is deciding too early that a story sounds impossible. In the end, what was once dismissed as fiction became one of the most shocking confirmed kidnapping cases in modern American criminal history, solved only because evidence eventually forced investigators to reconsider what they thought they already understood. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who reported his wife missing after she failed to return from a morning swim. A disappearance that looked at first like a tragic accident along a quiet coastal town, until investigators uncovered a carefully hidden double life that transformed a missing persons case into one of Australia's most shocking solved murders. On the morning of January 11th, 1982, 29-year-old Lynette Dawson vanished from her home in Bayview, a peaceful suburb overlooking Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a devoted mother of 2 young daughters and the wife of Christopher Dawson, a former professional rugby league player turned high school teacher. According to Christopher, Lynette had simply left the house while he was out and never returned. At first, there was little reason to suspect foul play. Adults sometimes disappeared voluntarily. Christopher told friends and police that Lynette needed time away from the marriage. He claimed she had joined a religious group and chosen to cut contact with family. But there was one problem. Lynette never contacted her parents again. She never accessed bank accounts. She never collected belongings. She never attempted to see her children. For someone described as deeply devoted to motherhood, the disappearance made little emotional sense. Despite concerns raised by Lynette's family, the investigation stalled. Missing persons procedures in the early 1980s lacked the urgency modern cases receive. Without a body or clear evidence of violence, the case gradually faded. Meanwhile, Christopher Dawson's life moved forward with unsettling speed. Within days of Lynette's disappearance, he moved a teenage student from the school, where he taught in the family home as a live-in babysitter. Soon afterward, he began a relationship with her. Friends and relatives found the situation disturbing, particularly given how quickly it followed Lynette's disappearance. For years, suspicions lingered, but never resulted in charges. The case remained dormant for decades until renewed public attention emerged through investigative journalism. In 2018, an Australian podcast revisited Lynette Dawson's disappearance in extraordinary detail, re-examining witness accounts, timelines, and previously overlooked statements. Public pressure led New South Wales police to reopen the investigation. Detectives began reconstructing events from 40 years earlier. Witnesses came forward describing arguments between Christopher and Lynette before she vanished. Former neighbors recalled hearing disturbances. Former students testified about Christopher's inappropriate relationships and controlling behavior. Investigators concluded that Lynette had likely been killed inside the family home. Although her body was never recovered, prosecutors argued that Christopher Dawson murdered his wife to pursue a relationship free from marital obligation. In 2020, Christopher Dawson was arrested and charged with murder. Because of intense media coverage, the trial was conducted before a judge alone rather than a jury to ensure impartiality. Prosecutors presented a circumstantial but detailed case showing motive, opportunity, and post-disappearance behavior inconsistent with innocence. They emphasized that Lynette had left behind everything central to her life, including children she loved deeply. Financial inactivity, lack of communication, and Dawson's immediate replacement of his wife formed a pattern the court considered highly significant. The defense argued that without a body, certainty was impossible. They maintained Lynette may have voluntarily left. But after months of testimony, the court reached a conclusion. In August 2022, Christopher Dawson was found guilty of murdering Lynette Dawson. The judge ruled that Lynette had died in January 1982 and that her husband was responsible. He was later sentenced to 24 years in prison with a non-parole period. The conviction marked the resolution of a case that had remained unanswered for 4 decades. For Lynette's family, justice arrived painfully late. Her daughters had grown into adulthood without knowing what truly happened to their mother. The absence of physical remains meant there would never be a gravesite, only legal acknowledgement of the truth. The case became historically significant in Australia because it demonstrated that murder convictions can still occur decades later through careful reconstruction of behavior, witness testimony, and long-term investigative persistence even without recovery of a body. Bayview today remains quiet, overlooking calm coastal waters much like it did in 1982. But beneath that peaceful setting lies the memory of a disappearance once dismissed as voluntary, later revealed to be homicide hidden behind routine explanations. Lynette Dawson did not leave her life behind. Instead, investigators concluded that her disappearance had been deliberately staged, a lie sustained for 40 years before evidence and persistence finally brought the truth into court, proving that time can delay justice, but does not always prevent it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who called emergency services claiming masked intruders had invaded his home, murdered his wife, and attacked him while he slept. A terrifying story that seemed believable at first, until detectives began noticing that every detail pointed not outward toward unknown attackers, but inward toward the person telling the story. On the morning of October 30th, 2014, in the quiet suburb of St. Paul, Minnesota, 911 operators received a call from 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino. He reported that his girlfriend, 30-year-old Kira Steger, was missing. According to Jeffrey, he had returned home after working overnight and discovered signs of disturbance inside their apartment. He suggested something terrible may have happened while he was gone. Kira was not someone who disappeared without explanation. She worked as a television producer at a local news station and maintained close daily communication with friends and coworkers. When she failed to show up for work and stopped responding to messages, alarm spread quickly through both her professional and personal circles. Police entered the apartment shared by Kira and Jeffrey and immediately noticed inconsistencies. There were small traces of blood in the bathroom and bedroom areas, but not enough to suggest a clear violent struggle. Cleaning products appeared recently used. Certain surfaces looked wiped down. Jeffrey explained that Kira had been drinking heavily the night before and that they had argued. He insisted she was alive when he left for work. He suggested she might have walked out voluntarily after the disagreement. Detectives began reconstructing the final hours before Kira vanished. Surveillance cameras from nearby buildings captured Jeffrey leaving the apartment complex late at night, carrying large bags toward his vehicle. This contradicted his earlier timeline. When confronted, he claimed he had simply been removing trash. But investigators continued digging. Phone data showed Jeffrey's movements during hours he initially claimed to be working. Cell tower records placed him near remote areas along the Mississippi River rather than at his job location. Witnesses also reported unusual late-night activity involving his vehicle. As days passed without locating Kira, suspicion intensified. Search teams combed wooded riverbanks, while forensic specialists examined Jeffrey's apartment more closely. Luminol testing revealed additional blood traces that had been cleaned but not completely removed. Prosecutors later argued that an argument between the couple escalated violently inside the apartment. Kira suffered fatal injuries during the confrontation. Rather than call for help, Jeffrey allegedly attempted to conceal the crime by cleaning the scene and disposing of her body. For months, Kira remained missing. Then, in May 2015, Human remains were discovered along the Mississippi River near Gray Cloud Island. Dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Kira Steger. The recovery allowed prosecutors to formally charge Jeffrey Trevino with second-degree murder. During trial proceedings, investigators presented surveillance footage, digital movement tracking, forensic cleaning evidence, and inconsistencies in Jeffrey's statements. They demonstrated how his story evolved repeatedly as new evidence surfaced. The defense argued there was no eyewitness testimony proving how Kira died and suggested prosecutors relied heavily on circumstantial reconstruction. But jurors were shown a detailed timeline that contradicted Jeffrey's claims step by step. In June 2016, Jeffrey Trevino was found guilty of murdering Kira Steger. He was sentenced to more than 30 years in prison. For Kira's colleagues at the news station, the case carried particular emotional weight. Many had reported on disappearances and crimes professionally, never expecting one of their own to become the subject of such an investigation. Vigils were held throughout St. Paul as friends remembered her creativity, humor, and dedication to storytelling. The case demonstrated how modern investigations often depend less on dramatic confessions and more on accumulated detail. Surveillance cameras, digital location data, and forensic recovery expose contradictions that verbal explanations alone could not sustain. Jeffrey Trevino's original claim of outside attackers gradually collapsed under evidence showing movement, cleanup efforts, and attempts to hide what had occurred inside the apartment. Kira Steger was 30 years old. Her disappearance began with uncertainty and hope that she might still be alive somewhere. Instead, investigators uncovered a crime rooted in a private argument that turned irreversible. What appeared initially to be mystery resolved into certainty through persistence and reconstruction, reminding investigators and communities alike that the most revealing evidence is often not dramatic, but quiet, recorded silently by technology and uncovered piece by piece long after the crime itself has ended. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose sudden disappearance triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history. A case where the suspect fled across the country, changed his appearance, lived under false identities, and managed to evade capture for years before investigators finally uncovered the truth behind a murder that began with what appeared to be an ordinary romantic relationship. In May 2011, 20-year-old Lauren Spire disappeared after a night out with friends in Bloomington, Indiana, a college town filled with late-night crowds and student apartments. Lauren was a sophomore at Indiana University, studying apparel merchandising. She was small in stature, outgoing, and well known among her friends. On the night she vanished, she visited several bars celebrating the end of the semester. Surveillance footage captured Lauren walking barefoot through downtown streets shortly before 4:30 in the morning. Witnesses later reported she appeared heavily intoxicated. Friends helped her return toward her apartment complex, but somewhere during those final early morning hours, Lauren disappeared completely. Despite extensive searches, she was never found. Her case drew national attention. Volunteers searched wooded areas, lakes, and construction sites. Police examined surveillance footage frame by frame. Investigators interviewed dozens of witnesses who had interacted with her during the night. Although suspicions surrounded individuals present during Lauren's final hours, prosecutors never obtained sufficient evidence to file murder charges. Her disappearance officially remains unsolved. But during renewed investigative review connected to missing persons cases across multiple states, authorities uncovered another disappearance involving similar behavioral patterns that would ultimately lead to a confirmed conviction in a separate but chillingly related narrative about deception and flight. This is where the story shifts. In 2009, 2 years before Lauren vanished, 24-year-old University of Michigan medical student Paul DeWolf was found murdered inside his apartment in Ann Arbor. He had been stabbed repeatedly. The scene showed signs of struggle, yet there was no forced entry. Investigators quickly focused on DeWolf's former roommate and romantic partner, 21-year-old Christopher McCowan. Witnesses described tension following the end of their relationship. Shortly after the murder, McCowan disappeared. He abandoned his vehicle, withdrew money, and vanished. Authorities issued warrants, but McCowan had already begun constructing a new life. Over the next several years, he traveled across multiple states using false identities, temporary employment, and cash transactions to avoid detection. He worked construction jobs, lived in short-term rentals, and avoided digital footprints that might reveal his location. The case remained open while federal agencies tracked scattered leads. In 2015, investigators received a breakthrough tip after McCowan was stopped during a routine law enforcement encounter under an assumed name. Fingerprint analysis exposed his true identity. He was arrested after nearly 6 years on the run. During trial proceedings, prosecutors presented evidence showing that McCowan had returned to DeWolf's apartment following an argument that escalated into fatal violence. DNA evidence, witness testimony, and post-crime flight behavior became central to the case. In 2016, Christopher McCowan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to decades in prison. While unrelated legally to Lauren Spirer's disappearance, investigators studying long-term missing persons cases often compare how individuals connected to violent crimes can disappear into ordinary society for years, living unnoticed until routine investigative persistence exposes them. Paul DeWolf's case became a powerful example of how suspects may evade capture temporarily, but remain vulnerable to identification through evolving law enforcement databases and coordinated national tracking systems. DeWolf was remembered by classmates as compassionate and dedicated to medicine. His death shocked the academic community and demonstrated how personal conflicts can escalate unexpectedly behind closed doors. The resolution of his case came not through dramatic pursuit, but through patience, forensic evidence, and the inevitability of identification in an increasingly connected investigative environment. Christopher McCowan's years of freedom ended with something simple: a fingerprint match. It is a reminder that even when suspects flee across states and attempt to erase their past, the record of identity often remains waiting quietly within systems designed to remember long after individuals hope they have been forgotten. And in the end, time did not erase the crime. It merely delayed the moment when accountability finally arrived. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beautiful young woman who vanished without a trace, about a husband whose story kept changing, and about how a Christmas Eve disappearance became one of the most watched murder cases in American history. On December 24th, 2002, Laci Peterson was 8 months pregnant and preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family in Modesto, California. The 27-year-old was excited about becoming a mother. She and her husband Scott had already decorated a nursery for their son, whom they planned to name Connor. But Laci never made it to Christmas dinner with her family that evening, and her disappearance would launch a massive search and media frenzy. Scott Peterson reported his wife missing that night, claiming he had left her at home that morning to go fishing at Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles away. He said when he returned home around 4:30 in the afternoon, Laci was gone. Her car was in the driveway, her purse was in the house, and the couple's dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. The story immediately seemed suspicious to investigators. Scott said he had gone fishing alone on Christmas Eve, in cold weather, at a marina he rarely visited. He couldn't remember what kind of fish he was trying to catch. He had concrete dust in his truck bed and on his clothes. His behavior seemed oddly calm for a man whose pregnant wife had just vanished. As police investigated, they discovered Scott Peterson was not the devoted husband he appeared to be. He had been having an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry. Scott had told Amber he was single and had even told her in early December that this would be his first Christmas without his wife, implying she had died. This was 2 weeks before Laci actually disappeared. Amber contacted police after seeing news coverage of Laci's disappearance and recognizing Scott. She agreed to cooperate fully with the investigation, recording her phone conversations with Scott. In these recordings, Scott continued to lie, telling Amber he was traveling in Europe when he was actually in Modesto searching for his missing wife. His deceptions were constant and elaborate. Meanwhile, Laci's family organized massive search efforts. Volunteers distributed thousands of flyers with Laci's picture. Her face appeared on national news broadcasts. The case captivated America because Lacey seemed like the girl next door, young and pregnant and full of life. People wanted to believe she would be found safe. Scott participated in some of the searches and gave media interviews, but his demeanor seemed wrong. He didn't show the emotion people expected from a desperate husband. He seemed more concerned with his own image than with finding Lacey. When asked about his fishing trip, his details were vague and inconsistent. Investigators became increasingly convinced that Scott had something to do with Lacey's disappearance. On April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog along the shore of San Francisco Bay discovered the body of a baby boy. The next day, a decomposed body of a woman washed ashore about a mile away. DNA testing confirmed these were the remains of Lacey and Connor Peterson. They had been in the water for months. The location where the bodies were found was crucial. They washed up near Berkeley Marina, the exact spot where Scott claimed he had been fishing on the day Lacey disappeared. The coincidence was too significant to ignore. Scott was arrested on April 18, 2003, in San Diego, not far from the Mexican border. When police arrested him, Scott had dyed his hair blonde and grown a beard. His car was packed with camping equipment, multiple cell phones, and $15,000 in cash. His brother's identification was in the vehicle. It appeared he was preparing to flee, possibly to Mexico. This didn't look like the behavior of an innocent man. Scott's trial began in June 2004 and became a media sensation. Court TV broadcasted the proceedings, and millions of Americans followed every detail. The prosecution built a circumstantial case arguing that Scott had taken Lacey's life on or around December 23rd, loaded her body into his boat, and dumped her in San Francisco Bay on Christmas Eve. The fishing trip was a cover story to explain why he was at the marina. Prosecutors argued that Scott wanted to be free of his marriage and the responsibilities of fatherhood. He wanted to continue his affair with Amber without the complications of a wife and child. Rather than get a divorce, which would cost him money and damage his reputation, he decided to eliminate Lacey and make it look like she had been abducted. The evidence included the concrete anchors Scott had made in his workshop around the time of Lacey's disappearance. He claimed these were for other purposes, but prosecutors suggested he used them to weigh down Lacey's body in the bay. There was also testimony about Scott's odd behavior after Lacey disappeared, including selling her car and looking into selling their house within weeks of her vanishing. The defense argued that someone else had abducted and ended Lacey's life, while Scott was actually fishing. They pointed to reported sightings of Lacey in the neighborhood after Scott said he left for his fishing trip. They suggested she had been taken by someone else, and her body was later dumped in the bay to frame Scott. But they couldn't explain the incredible coincidence of the bodies washing up exactly where Scott claimed to have been fishing. Amber Fright testified during the trial, describing her relationship with Scott and playing recordings of their conversations. Her testimony was devastating because it showed Scott was living a double life and had been planning to be free of his wife even before she disappeared. He had told Amber his wife was dead before she actually was. In November 2004, after 7 days of deliberation, the jury found Scott Peterson guilty of first-degree elimination of Lacey and second-degree elimination of Connor. The different degrees reflected the jury's belief that ending Lacey's life was premeditated, while ending Connor's life was a consequence of taking his mother's life. In March 2005, Scott was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison. For years, he sat on death row maintaining his innocence. His family continued to support him, insisting he had been wrongly convicted. They funded appeals and investigations, trying to prove someone else had taken Lacey's life. In 2020, Scott's death sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, though his conviction remained intact. He was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated and continues to claim he is innocent, but multiple appeals have failed to overturn his conviction. Lacey's family has had to live with the devastating loss of both Lacey and Connor. Her mother, Sharon Rocha, has become an advocate for victims' rights and has spoken publicly about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson. The family has stated they believe justice was served with Scott's conviction. The Peterson case changed how many people view seemingly perfect marriages and reminded everyone that danger can exist behind closed doors. Lacey trusted Scott completely, never knowing that the man she had married and was building a life with was capable of ending that life so he could be free. She and baby Connor deserved so much more than the fate Scott chose for them on that Christmas Eve in 2002. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who disappeared after a party, about a podcast that reignited a cold case, and about how new technology finally brought answers 17 years after a young woman vanished. On May 25th, 2002, 17-year-old Min Lee left Woodlawn High School in Baltimore, Maryland, and was never seen alive again. Hay was a bright, outgoing senior who was involved in sports and had a close group of friends. She was supposed to pick up her young cousin from school that afternoon, a responsibility she took very seriously. When she didn't show up, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. Hay would never leave her cousin waiting. Hay's body was discovered 6 weeks later in Leakin Park, a wooded area in Baltimore known as a dumping ground. She had been strangled and partially buried. The discovery devastated her family, friends, and the entire school community. Police began investigating, looking at everyone in Hay's life to find out who could have done this terrible thing. The investigation quickly focused on Hay's ex-boyfriend, Adnan Syed. Adnan was also 17 and a senior at Woodlawn High School. He and Hay had dated for several months before breaking up in December 2001, about a month before her disappearance. Friends said the breakup had been difficult, though Adnan seemed to have moved on. He was a popular student, played football, and was well-liked by teachers and classmates. Police built their case against Adnan based largely on the testimony of one person, Jay Wilds, an acquaintance of Adnan's who claimed that Adnan had confessed to ending Hay's life and had shown him her body in the trunk of her car. Jay said he had helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Leakin Park. His story was detailed and specific, and prosecutors believed it was credible despite some inconsistencies. Jay claimed that on the day Hay disappeared, Adnan had called him for a ride. When Jay picked him up, Adnan showed him Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. According to Jay, Adnan said he had strangled Hay after she refused to get back together with him. Jay testified that he helped Adnan dig a shallow grave in Leakin Park and bury Hay's body that night. Cell phone records seemed to support parts of Jay's story. The prosecution argued that pings from Adnan's cell phone placed him in the area of Leakin Park on the evening of the disappearance, corroborating Jay's account. They also pointed to testimony from other students who said Adnan had been possessive and jealous when Hay started dating someone new. Adnan maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He said he couldn't remember exactly where he was during the critical time period when Hay disappeared, but he insisted he had nothing to do with her death. He said he was probably at the library or at track practice, his usual routine. He had no explanation for why Jay would lie about him, but he firmly denied everything Jay said. In 2000, Adnan Syed was convicted of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. He was 18 years old when he began serving his sentence. His family believed in his innocence and continued to support him, but for years the case seemed closed. Adnan was just another young man in prison claiming he had been wrongly convicted. Then in 2014, everything changed. Sarah Koenig, a journalist and producer, launched a podcast called Serial that investigated Adnan's case. Over 12 episodes, Koenig examined every aspect of the investigation and trial, interviewing witnesses, reviewing evidence, and raising questions about whether Adnan had received a fair trial. Serial became a cultural phenomenon. Millions of people around the world listened to the podcast and became invested in the case. Some believed Adnan was guilty, pointing to the evidence presented at trial. Others believed he was innocent, arguing that the case against him was built on unreliable testimony and questionable cell phone evidence. The podcast raised serious concerns about Adnan's defense attorney, who had failed to contact an important alibi witness. Asia McLean, a classmate, came forward saying she had been with Adnan at the library during the time prosecutors claimed he was ending Hay's life. She had written letters to Adnan offering to testify, but his attorney never contacted her or presented her testimony at trial. The renewed attention on the case led to new legal proceedings. In 2016, a judge ordered a new trial for Adnan, citing ineffective assistance of counsel. However, that decision was later overturned by an appeals court. The legal battle continued for years, with Adnan's conviction being upheld and then challenged multiple times. In 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Prosecutors from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office conducted their own review of the case and discovered evidence that had never been shared with Adnan's defense team. This included information about alternative suspects that should have been investigated but weren't. There were notes indicating that one of these suspects had threatened Hay, saying he would make her disappear. The prosecution also found serious problems with the cell phone evidence that had been crucial to Adnan's conviction. Experts determined that the technology in 1999 was not reliable for determining location in the way the prosecution had claimed. The cell tower pings that supposedly placed Adnan in Leakin Park were not as definitive as the jury had been led to believe. In September 2022, a judge vacated Adnan Syed's conviction and ordered him released from prison. After more than 23 years behind bars, Adnan walked free. The state's attorney cited serious concerns about the integrity of the original investigation and trial. While this didn't necessarily prove Adnan was innocent, it meant the conviction could no longer stand. However, the legal saga wasn't over. Hay's family, who had always believed in Adnan's guilt, fought the decision. They felt they hadn't been properly notified about the hearing that led to his release. In 2023, an appeals court reinstated Adnan's conviction. Then later that same year, prosecutors dropped all charges against him, finally ending the case. The Adnan Syed case remains deeply controversial. Some people believe he ended Hay's life and that justice was overturned. Others believe an innocent man spent over 2 decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The truth about what happened to Hay Min Lee may never be fully known. What is certain is that Hay was a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was loved by her family and friends. She had dreams and plans that were cut short when someone strangled her and left her body in a park. Whether Adnan Syed was responsible or whether the real perpetrator was never caught, Hay's life was stolen from her at just 18 years old, and her family will never stop grieving that loss. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee Anthony had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter Casey had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter Kaylee was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zani the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police, and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident, and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today. Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Kaylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Kaylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. 2 women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of 2 of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A 5th woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24th, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about 5 children who died under mysterious circumstances, and about how a woman used her own babies to gain sympathy and attention in one of Australia's most disturbing cases of medical deception and elimination. In the 1990s, Kathleen Folbig was known in her Australian community as an unlucky mother who had tragically lost multiple children to sudden infant death syndrome. Between 1989 and 1999, all 4 of Kathleen's children died in infancy or early childhood under similar circumstances. Each child had been found unresponsive, and each death was initially attributed to natural causes or SIDS. But the pattern would eventually reveal something far more sinister. Kathleen's first child, Caleb, was born in February 1989. He was a healthy baby boy who seemed to be developing normally. But on February 20th, 1989, when Caleb was just 19 days old, Kathleen found him dead in his crib. The death was ruled as sudden infant death syndrome, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Kathleen and her husband Craig grieved the loss and eventually decided to try for another child. Their second child, Patrick, was born in June 1990. Patrick seemed healthy at first, but at 4 months old, he suddenly stopped breathing and suffered seizures. He survived, but was left with severe brain damage and blindness. He lived for 8 more months before passing away in February 1991. Doctors attributed his initial episode to epilepsy, and his death was considered a result of his neurological problems. Despite losing 2 children, Kathleen and Craig tried again. Their daughter Sarah was born in October 1992. Sarah appeared to be a healthy, thriving baby. But on August 30th, 1993, when Sarah was 10 months old, Kathleen found her dead in her crib. Once again, the death was attributed to SIDS. The family had now lost 3 children, and people in their community felt tremendous sympathy for the couple who seemed cursed with unimaginable bad luck. In 1996, Kathleen gave birth to another daughter, Laura. For a while, it seemed Laura might break the tragic pattern. She survived past the age when her siblings had died. She celebrated her first birthday, then her second. But on March 1st, 1999, when Laura was 19 months old, Kathleen called emergency services saying Laura had stopped breathing. Paramedics tried to revive her, but Laura was pronounced dead. The death of a fourth child finally raised serious suspicions among medical professionals and investigators. While losing one or even two children to SIDS was tragic, but possible, losing four children was statistically almost impossible. Something wasn't right, and authorities began investigating whether these deaths were truly natural or if something more sinister had occurred. Craig Folbig had also begun to suspect his wife. Their marriage had deteriorated after Laura's death, and Craig was struggling with the loss of all four of his children. In 1999, he discovered Kathleen's personal diaries hidden in their home. What he read in those diaries horrified him. Kathleen had written entries that seemed to hint at guilt and responsibility for the children's deaths. In the diaries, Kathleen wrote things like, "I feel like the worst mother on this earth," and made references to losing her temper with the children. One entry mentioned her rage and frustration with the babies. Another entry seemed to suggest she was responsible for their deaths, though the language was sometimes ambiguous. Craig took the diaries to police, and they became crucial evidence in the investigation. In 2001, Kathleen Folbig was arrested and charged with taking the lives of all four of her children. Prosecutors argued that she had smothered each child during moments of frustration and anger, then staged the scenes to look like natural deaths. The diary entries were presented as evidence of her guilt and state of mind. The trial began in 2003 and captured national attention in Australia. Medical experts testified about the improbability of four children from the same family dying of natural causes. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had a pattern of violence against her children when they cried or became difficult, and that she had suffocated them to stop their crying. The defense argued that the diary entries were simply the expressions of a grieving mother who felt guilty and questioned herself, as many parents do when tragedy strikes. They pointed out that there was no direct physical evidence of smothering and that rare genetic conditions could potentially explain the deaths. But the combination of the diary entries, the statistical improbability of four SIDS deaths in one family, and testimony about Kathleen's behavior convinced the jury. In May 2003, Kathleen Folbig was found guilty of 3 counts of ending life for Caleb, Patrick, and Sarah, and 1 count of manslaughter for Laura. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. For years, Kathleen maintained her innocence from prison. She insisted her children had died of natural causes and that her diary entries were being misinterpreted. Some scientists and legal experts began to question the conviction, arguing that the case had relied too heavily on statistical arguments about SIDS that weren't scientifically sound. In 2018 and 2019, new genetic testing was conducted on the children's remains. Scientists discovered that Sarah and Laura carried a rare genetic mutation called COM2 that can cause sudden cardiac death in infants. This discovery raised questions about whether the girls might have died from natural causes after all. Further investigation revealed that Kathleen herself carried genetic variants that could cause heart problems. Some experts argued this new evidence supported the possibility that at least some of the deaths were natural, not elimination. In 2021, an inquiry was held to review the case. After examining all the evidence, including the new genetic findings, the inquiry found there was reasonable doubt about Kathleen's guilt. In June 2023, after spending 20 years in prison, Kathleen Folbig was pardoned and released. Her convictions were later overturned entirely. The case of Kathleen Folbig remains controversial. Some people believe the genetic evidence proves she was wrongly convicted and that her children died of natural causes. Others believe she was guilty and that the new evidence doesn't explain all 4 deaths. The truth about what happened to Caleb, Patrick, Sarah, and Laura may never be fully known. What is certain is that 4 children died tragically young, a family was destroyed, and a woman spent 2 decades in prison for crimes she may or may not have committed. The case highlighted the dangers of convicting people based on statistical improbability rather than solid physical evidence, and showed how scientific understanding can evolve and change our interpretation of past events. Whether Kathleen Folbig was a killer or a victim of wrongful conviction, the tragedy of 4 young lives lost remains at the heart of this deeply disturbing case. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who disappeared while jogging, about a case that gripped an entire nation with its twists and turns, and about how a seemingly random attack exposed lies that ran deeper than anyone could have imagined. In November 2016, Sherry Papini was a 34-year-old wife and mother living in Redding, California. On November 2nd, she went out for her usual afternoon jog near her home while her husband Keith was at work and their 2 young children were at daycare. When Keith came home that evening, Sherry wasn't there. Her phone was found along the jogging trail with strands of her hair tangled in the earbuds. Her disappearance set off a massive search effort. Keith Papini made emotional public pleas for his wife's safe return. He described Sherry as a devoted mother who would never voluntarily leave her children. Search parties combed the area where she had been jogging. Police investigated whether she had been abducted or if something else had happened. The case received national media attention, with many people following the story and hoping for Sherry's safe return. On Thanksgiving morning, November 24th, 2016, 3 weeks after she vanished, Sherry Papini suddenly reappeared. She was found on the side of a highway about 150 miles from her home, bound with chains and with a bag over her head. A passing motorist spotted her and called police. She was rushed to the hospital where doctors found she had lost weight, had bruises and burns on her body, and appeared traumatized. Sherry told police an incredible story. She claimed that 2 Hispanic women had abducted her while she was jogging. She said they had held her captive for 3 weeks, keeping her chained in a room, beating her, and branding her with a heated object. She said the women had covered her head with a bag and dumped her on the highway before driving away. She couldn't provide many details about her captors or where she had been held. The story sparked outrage and sympathy across the country. People were horrified that someone could be randomly abducted in broad daylight and held captive for weeks. Sherry became the subject of intense media coverage, with many calling her brave for surviving such an ordeal. Her husband Keith appeared on television defending her and expressing gratitude that she had been returned alive. But investigators were troubled by inconsistencies in Sherry's account. She provided very little useful information about her alleged captors. The description she gave was vague and changed slightly each time she told the story. Physical evidence didn't match her claims. Police couldn't find any trace of where she had supposedly been held or any witnesses who had seen the women she described. Detectives collected DNA evidence from Sherry's clothing and body, hoping it would lead them to her abductors. When they ran the DNA through databases, they got a hit, but not the one they expected. The male DNA found on Sherry's body belonged to an ex-boyfriend who lived in Southern California, hundreds of miles away. Police tracked down the ex-boyfriend and interviewed him. What he told them was shocking. He said that Sherry had contacted him before her disappearance, asking if she could come stay with him. He agreed, and she had been at his apartment the entire time she was supposedly being held captive by mysterious women. He said she had asked him to help stage injuries to make it look like she had been abducted and abused. The ex-boyfriend told investigators that Sherry had inflicted some injuries on herself and asked him to help with others. He said she had burned herself with a heated object and asked him to hit her, which he initially refused to do. Eventually, he drove her to the highway and dropped her off where she could be found. The entire kidnapping story had been a lie. With this new information, investigators confronted Sherry Papini. At first, she denied the allegations and stuck to her kidnapping story. But faced with DNA evidence and testimony from her ex-boyfriend, the truth became undeniable. Sherry finally admitted that she had not been kidnapped. She had voluntarily gone to stay with her ex-boyfriend and had fabricated the entire abduction story. The revelation shocked everyone who had believed her story and participated in the search efforts. Thousands of hours have been spent looking for Sherry and investigating her fake kidnapping. Resources that could have been used for real crimes were wasted on her deception. The community that had rallied around her felt betrayed. In March 2022, more than 5 years after her staged disappearance, Sherry Papini was arrested and charged with lying to federal investigators and mail fraud. The mail fraud charges related to the fact that she had received victim assistance funds totaling more than $30,000 based on her false claims of being kidnapped. At her court proceedings, details emerged about possible motivations for the elaborate hoax. Some reports suggested Sherry had problems in her marriage and wanted attention from her ex-boyfriend. Others speculated she craved the sympathy and attention that came with being a victim. Mental health experts suggested she might have disorders that caused her to seek attention through fabricating dramatic situations. In April 2022, Sherry Papini pleaded guilty to the charges against her. She admitted to making false statements and committing mail fraud. She faced the victims of her hoax, including investigators who had worked tirelessly on her case and community members who had searched for her. She apologized, saying she was deeply ashamed of what she had done. In September 2022, Sherry Papini was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. The judge noted that her actions had diverted resources from real victims and had damaged public trust. Sherry was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $300,000 to cover the costs of the investigation and the victim assistance funds she had fraudulently received. Keith Papini filed for divorce shortly after Sherry's arrest, seeking custody of their 2 children. He said he felt humiliated and deceived by the woman he had defended publicly for years. The children, who had believed their mother had been kidnapped and tortured, now had to cope with learning the truth about her lies. The case became infamous as an example of how someone could fabricate an entire crime and deceive not just their family, but law enforcement and the entire nation. Sherry Papini had staged an elaborate hoax that caused immense pain and wasted countless resources. Her story captivated America, but for all the wrong reasons, serving as a reminder that sometimes the most dramatic stories turn out to be nothing more than carefully constructed lies designed to gain attention and sympathy at the expense of truth and real victims who genuinely need help. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving father who took his family on a camping trip, about a little girl who vanished in the middle of the night, and about a case that has haunted Australia for over 40 years with questions that remain unanswered to this day. In December 1980, the Beaumont family from Adelaide, Australia, was well aware of the dangers that could befall children. Just 14 years earlier, the infamous Beaumont children had disappeared from a beach, a case that had terrified parents across the nation. But when 7-year-old Cheryl Grimmer vanished from a beach changing room in broad daylight, it proved that even the most cautious families weren't safe from tragedy. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In January 1966, the Beaumont children, 9-year-old Jane, 7-year-old Arna, and 4-year-old Grant, went to Glenold Beach in Adelaide for a day of fun in the sun. Their mother Nancy dropped them off with money for lunch and told them to catch the bus home by 2 in the afternoon. The children never came home. Witnesses reported seeing the 3 children playing on the beach with a tall, blond man in his 30s. The children seemed comfortable with him, and he appeared to be buying them treats and playing with them. Several people noticed the man because he was paying so much attention to the children, but no one thought anything was wrong at the time. The children seemed happy and willing participants in whatever activities they were doing with this stranger. When the children didn't return home by 2 o'clock, their mother Nancy became concerned. By 4 in the afternoon, she was frantic. She and her husband Jim went to the beach to search for their children, but found no trace of them. Police were called, and a massive search began that would become one of the largest in Australian history. Investigators quickly established a timeline of the children's movements that day. They had been seen at a local bakery buying meat pies with a £1 note, even though their mother had only given them coins. Someone had given them more money. They had been seen playing near the beach, changing rooms with a blonde man. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, they simply vanished. The case captured national attention. Thousands of volunteers searched parks, beaches, and vacant lots. Police received hundreds of tips and followed up on every lead. Psychics offered their services. The entire nation was gripped by the mystery of what had happened to the three Beaumont children. Police focused their investigation on the mysterious blonde man seen with the children. Multiple witnesses came forward with descriptions, and a police sketch was created. The man was described as being in his mid-30s, tall and thin, with a lean face and sun-bleached blonde hair. He was wearing swimming trunks and appeared very comfortable with children. Detectives theorized that the man had groomed the children over time, possibly encountering them on previous visits to the beach and building their trust gradually. The children's willingness to accept money and food from him and to spend hours in his company suggested they felt safe with him. This led investigators to believe the perpetrator was someone who understood how to manipulate children and make them feel comfortable. Despite the extensive investigation and the numerous witnesses, police were never able to identify the blonde man. Over the years, various suspects emerged, but none could be definitively linked to the disappearance. The case went cold, though it has never been officially closed and remains open to this day. One suspect who drew significant attention was a man named Harry Phipps, a local factory owner who died in 2004. Phipps had been known to visit Glenelg Beach and fits some aspects of the description. Former employees came forward years later saying they believed Phipps had been involved in the disappearances. However, despite extensive investigation, no physical evidence ever linked him to the crime. Another person of interest was Derek Ernest Percy, a convicted child killer who was in prison for taking the life of a young girl at a different beach. Percy had been in the area around the time of the Beaumont children's disappearance and fit the general description. He was questioned multiple times about the case, but never confessed, and died in prison in 2013 without ever being charged in connection with the Beaumont case. The disappearance had a profound impact on Australian society. Parents became more cautious about letting their children play unsupervised. The case became a reference point for an entire generation. The moment when childhood innocence was lost and stranger danger became a real and terrifying concept. The names Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont became synonymous with every parent's worst nightmare. For Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the disappearance of their children destroyed their lives. They spent decades hoping for answers, following up on tips, and never giving up the belief that their children might someday be found. Jim Beaumont said in interviews that he believed the children had been taken by someone who wanted children of their own, and he held out hope they might still be alive somewhere, unaware of their true identities. Nancy Beaumont maintained hope for many years, but eventually came to accept that her children were likely deceased. The couple's marriage struggled under the weight of the tragedy, and they eventually separated, though they remained connected by their shared loss. Jim Beaumont lived until 2020, passing away at 97 years old without ever learning what happened to his children. Over the decades, there have been multiple searches based on tips and theories. Properties have been excavated, locations have been searched with ground-penetrating radar, and numerous leads have been followed. In 2018, police conducted a search of a factory site that had belonged to Harry Phipps, but no remains were found. Each time a new search is announced, the case returns to the headlines, and a new generation learns about the three children who vanished from the beach. The Beaumont children case remains one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. Despite one of the most extensive investigations in the country's history, despite thousands of tips and multiple suspects, no one has ever been charged, and the children's remains have never been found. The case changed how Australians view child safety and remains a cautionary tale about the dangers children can face. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont went to the beach on a summer day for what should have been a fun outing. They were responsible children who knew to catch the bus home and had done so many times before. But on that day, they encountered someone who saw them not as children with families and futures, but as victims. Their disappearance left a hole in their family and in the Australian consciousness that has never been filled. The case serves as a reminder that evil can strike when we least expect it, and that some mysteries may never be solved, leaving families to wonder forever what happened to the children they loved. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends. about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Onia's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazi to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Onia's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Onia's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Onia's final hours into public view. For Onia's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Onia's absence. They've shared memories of Onia's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Onia Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Onia's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Onia back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Onia's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, can be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young women who accepted a ride from a friendly stranger, about a terrifying ordeal that lasted over a decade, and about how one brave woman's escape finally exposed a house of horrors hidden in plain sight in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. On August 23rd, 2002, 16-year-old Gina De Jesus was walking home from school in Cleveland, Ohio, when a man she vaguely knew from the neighborhood offered her a ride. The man was Ariel Castro, the father of one of her friends. Gina had no reason to fear him, so she accepted the ride. She was never seen by her family again, at least not for over a decade. Gina wasn't Ariel Castro's first victim. Nearly a year earlier, on August 22, 2002, 21-year-old Michelle Knight had disappeared after leaving a social services building. She had been in a custody battle over her young son and had an appointment that day. Castro had spotted her and offered assistance, then lured her to his house on Seymour Avenue, where he imprisoned her in an upstairs bedroom. Then on April 21, 2003, 14-year-old Amanda Berry vanished while walking home from her job at a Burger King. She called her sister to say she was getting a ride home from someone, and then she was gone. Her mother appeared on multiple television shows pleading for information about her missing daughter. Tragically, Amanda's mother died in 2006, never knowing what had happened to her child. All three women have been taken to the same location, a modest house at 2207 Seymour Avenue owned by Ariel Castro. Castro was a 52-year-old school bus driver who seemed like a regular guy in the neighborhood. He played bass in local bands, attended community gatherings, and even participated in searches for the missing girls, including a vigil for Gina De Jesus, all while holding them captive in his home. Inside the house, Castro had created a nightmare. The women were held in locked rooms, often chained to radiators or walls. He had boarded up windows and soundproofed areas to prevent anyone from hearing their screams. Castro controlled every aspect of their lives, deciding when they could eat, use the bathroom, or move around. He subjected them to horrific physical and sexual abuse over the years. Castro kept detailed records of his captives, treating them like possessions rather than human beings. He would play psychological games, sometimes pretending he was going to let them go, only to crush their hopes. He isolated each woman from the others for long periods, preventing them from forming bonds that might give them strength to resist. The most devastating aspect of their captivity was that Castro would force them to become pregnant, only to deliberately cause miscarriages through beatings and starvation. Michelle Knight endured this horror multiple times. But in 2006, Amanda Berry became pregnant, and this time Castro allowed the pregnancy to continue. Amanda gave birth to a daughter, Jocelyn, in a plastic kiddie pool in the house with only Michelle Knight, who had no medical training to help her through the delivery. For years, the three women lived in Castro's house while life went on normally outside. Neighbors had no idea that just feet away from them, three missing women were being held captive. Castro's adult children would visit the house occasionally, but never suspected anything, as Castro kept the captives hidden and warned them that if they made noise, he would harm them or their families. The women had given up hope of ever being rescued. Police had investigated Castro's house at one point during the search for the missing women, but a cursory check hadn't revealed anything suspicious. As the years passed and the massive search efforts died down, it seemed the women had been forgotten by everyone except their families who never stopped looking. Then on May 6, 2013, everything changed. Castro made a rare mistake. He left the house without properly securing all the locks. Amanda Berry saw an opportunity. She could see through a crack in the door that Castro had left. She began screaming for help and trying to force the door open. A neighbor, Charles Ramsey, heard her screams and ran over to help. He couldn't understand what was happening at first, but he could hear the desperation in Amanda's voice. Together, they managed to force the door open enough for Amanda and her 6-year-old daughter Jocelyn to squeeze through to freedom. Amanda immediately called 911, and her words became famous around the world. "Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped, and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now." The 911 operator could barely believe what she was hearing. Police rushed to the scene within minutes. When officers entered Castro's house, they found Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still inside, weak and terrified but alive. The women were rushed to the hospital while police began processing what would become one of the most shocking crime scenes in recent American history. The house revealed evidence of years of imprisonment and abuse. Ariel Castro was arrested that same day as he returned home, having no idea that his captives had escaped. He initially tried to deny everything, then claimed the women had stayed willingly. But the evidence was overwhelming, and the women's testimony painted a clear picture of prolonged captivity and abuse. In July 2013, Castro pleaded guilty to over 900 charges, including kidnapping and multiple counts of abuse. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 1,000 years without the possibility of parole. During his sentencing, he showed no real remorse and even claimed he wasn't a violent person, despite the overwhelming evidence of his crimes. Michelle, Amanda, and Gina each gave victim impact statements, though Michelle was the only one who spoke in person at the sentencing. She told Castro directly that the death penalty would be too easy for him and that he deserved to spend the rest of his life suffering as he had made them suffer. Just 1 month into his prison sentence, on September 3rd, 2013, Ariel Castro was found dead in his cell. He had taken his own life by hanging. His death meant the women would never have to worry about him being released or escaping, but it also meant he would never face the full weight of justice for what he had done. After their rescue, all 3 women faced the difficult task of rebuilding their lives. Amanda Berry has been raising her daughter Jocelyn, who is now a teenager. She co-authored a book about her experience and has become an advocate for missing persons. Gina De Jesus has also written about her ordeal and works with organizations that help missing children and their families. Michelle Knight, who later changed her name to Lily Rose Lee, wrote her own book and has worked to raise awareness about abuse and captivity. She has spoken publicly about her journey from victim to survivor, inspiring others who have faced trauma. The house on Seymour Avenue, where the women suffered for so long, was demolished in 2013. The empty lot serves as a reminder of the horrors that took place there, but also of the strength and resilience of 3 women who survived against all odds. Amanda Berry, Gina De Jesus, and Michelle Knight endured years of unimaginable suffering, but found the courage to reclaim their lives and their identities after escaping from Ariel Castro's House of Horrors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony. hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing. The story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina, in a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luff's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by two people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Love. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular football star who had everything going for him, about a semi-professional player found shot to death in an industrial park, and about how a promising NFL career ended with a conviction that shocked the sports world and left many questions unanswered. In June 2013, 27-year-old Odin Lloyd was a semi-professional football player living in Boston, Massachusetts. He played for the Boston Bandits and worked part-time at a landscaping company. Odin was dating Shania Jenkins, whose sister Shiana was in a relationship with New England Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez. Through this connection, Odin and Aaron had become friends and would occasionally hang out together. On June 17, 2013, Odin went out with Aaron Hernandez and two of Aaron's friends. Security cameras captured Odin getting into a car with the three men around 2:30 in the morning. That was the last time anyone saw Odin alive. Hours later, a jogger discovered Odin's body in an industrial park about a mile from Aaron Hernandez's home in North Attleboro, Massachusetts. Odin had been shot multiple times. Police immediately began investigating, and the evidence quickly pointed toward Aaron Hernandez. Surveillance footage showed Aaron's car leaving his home with Odin and returning shortly before the time Odin was killed. Aaron's home security system had been deliberately destroyed, with a hard drive smashed, suggesting someone was trying to hide evidence. Shell casings found at the murder scene matched ammunition found at Aaron's home. Within days, police arrested Aaron Hernandez and charged him with first-degree ending of Odin Lloyd's life. The arrest sent shockwaves through the NFL. Aaron was a rising star with the New England Patriots, who had just signed a $40 million contract extension. He had played in the Super Bowl and seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. The Patriots immediately released him from the team. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing picture emerged of Aaron's secret life. While he was playing professional football and living in an expensive home with his fiancée and baby daughter, Aaron was also involved with dangerous people and violent activities. He had connections to gangs from his hometown of Bristol, Connecticut, and had been keeping company with individuals involved in criminal activity. Prosecutors believed that Aaron had killed Odin Lloyd because Odin had seen something or knew something that Aaron wanted kept secret. The exact motive was never completely clear, but evidence suggested that Odin might have been with Aaron during an incident at a Boston nightclub or had learned information about Aaron's involvement in other violent crimes. Aaron apparently decided that Odin was a liability who needed to be eliminated. Aaron Hernandez's trial for taking Odin Lloyd's life began in January 2015. The prosecution presented overwhelming circumstantial evidence connecting Aaron to the crime. They showed surveillance footage tracking Aaron's movements that night, cell phone records placing him at the scene, and forensic evidence linking him to the weapon. They also presented text messages Odin had sent to his sister just before he died, saying he was with NFL and describing his nervousness about the situation. The defense argued that while Aaron had been present when Odin was shot, he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. They suggested that Aaron's two friends, Ernest Wallace and Carlos Ortiz, were more likely responsible. They portrayed Aaron as someone who had made bad choices and friends but wasn't a killer. However, The defense couldn't explain why Aaron had destroyed evidence or why his behavior after the killing showed consciousness of guilt. In April 2015, Aaron Hernandez was found guilty of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The former NFL star, who had once been worth millions and had fame and success, was now a convicted individual facing the rest of his life behind bars. He was just 25 years old, but the story didn't end there. While Aaron was awaiting trial for Odin Lloyd's case, prosecutors in Boston had charged him with an additional double ending that had occurred in 2012. Aaron was accused of shooting and taking the lives of Daniel D'Abreu and Safiro Furtado outside a Boston nightclub after one of them had accidentally bumped into Aaron and spilled a drink on him. Aaron's trial for the double case began in 2017. This time, the evidence was less conclusive than in the Lloyd case. The prosecution relied heavily on the testimony of a man who had been in the car with Aaron that night. But this witness had credibility issues. After a lengthy trial, Aaron Hernandez was acquitted of the double charges in April 2017. Just 5 days after being acquitted in the double case, on April 19, 2017, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his prison cell. He had taken his own life by hanging. He was 37 years old. Guards found him with drawings and blood on the walls, and John 3 verse 16 written on his forehead. His death shocked everyone following his case and left many questions unanswered. After Aaron's death, his family revealed that he had been suffering from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, a degenerative brain disease caused by repeated head trauma. An autopsy of his brain showed he had one of the most severe cases of CTE ever seen in someone his age. Some experts suggested that CTE might have contributed to Aaron's violent behavior and poor decision-making, though this doesn't excuse his actions. The Aaron Hernandez case became a cautionary tale about how talent and success can hide deeply troubled behavior. Aaron had grown up in a difficult environment, had struggled with his identity, and had never properly dealt with his problems. Instead, he surrounded himself with dangerous people and made choices that ultimately destroyed his life and took the life of Odin Lloyd. Odin Lloyd was a hardworking young man who played football because he loved the game, not for fame or fortune. He worked to support himself and was building a life with his girlfriend. He deserved to continue living and pursuing his dreams, but instead, he was taken by someone he considered a friend. Aaron Hernandez's family, including his young daughter, were left to deal with the aftermath of his crimes and death. His fiancée, Shanna Jenkins, had stood by him throughout the trials, and now she had to raise their daughter alone, explaining someday why her father wasn't there. The case raised important questions about CTE and football, about how fame and money can enable dangerous behavior, and about how warning signs of violence are sometimes ignored when someone is talented or successful. Aaron Hernandez had everything to live for, but threw it all away, destroying multiple families in the process, and leaving a tragic legacy that serves as a reminder of how quickly a promising life can spiral into violence and despair. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who traveled quietly across a continent, about victims who never knew they had been chosen, and about a series of crimes so carefully hidden that even investigators struggled to understand how much darkness one person could carry without being seen. This is a story about patience taken to an extreme, about planning that stretched across years, and about a killer who believed anonymity was his greatest weapon. This is the true story of Israel Keyes. For most of his adult life, Israel Keyes blended easily into the background. He worked construction jobs. He paid rent. He dated casually. He appeared unremarkable, even forgettable. People who knew him described him as calm, polite, and distant. He did not draw attention. He did not stand out. That was exactly how he wanted it. Keyes lived in Alaska for many years, a place that suited his need for isolation and independence. But Alaska was not where his crimes were limited. In fact, distance was part of his strategy. He traveled frequently across the United States, flying to one state, renting a car, and driving hundreds of miles to another. He paid in cash. He left no trail. He moved through cities and rural areas with equal ease. Long before committing his crimes, Keyes prepared for them. He buried what investigators later called kill kits across the country. These kits contained weapons, restraints, tools, and supplies, hidden in remote locations years in advance. Some were buried near rivers. Some were hidden in forests. Others were placed in abandoned areas where no one would look twice. He memorized their locations. He waited. Keyes did not stalk victims in the traditional sense. He did not fixate on one person. Instead, he chose targets of opportunity. People who were alone. People who were vulnerable. People whose disappearance could be explained away easily. His crimes were not driven by impulse. They were driven by control. For years, people disappeared without explanation. Some were never connected to him. Some were never found at all. In February 2012, Keyes abducted an 18-year-old barista named Samantha Koenig from the coffee stand where she worked in Anchorage. He approached just before closing time, threatened her with a gun, and forced her into his vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the moment, but at the time, it meant little. Anchorage was vast. Leads were thin. What followed was calculated and disturbing. Keyes murdered Samantha shortly after abducting her. Then, weeks later, he returned her body to the coffee stand to stage proof-of-life photographs. He used these images to extort ransom money from her family. The act was cold, deliberate, and deeply manipulative. He withdrew the ransom using her debit card, traveling across multiple states to avoid detection. But this time, something went wrong. Keyes was stopped by Texas state troopers while driving Samantha's car. He lied convincingly at first, but investigators began noticing inconsistencies. Surveillance footage showed him using Samantha's card. Phone records placed him in locations he could not explain. Slowly, the wall he had built began to crack. In March 2012, Israel Keyes was arrested. At first, he denied everything. But as investigators applied pressure, he began to talk. What he revealed was worse than anyone expected. He admitted to multiple murders across different states. He described abductions that occurred years apart. He spoke about victims whose names he claimed not to remember. He described burying kits long before using them, waiting patiently for the right moment. What made Keyes especially unsettling was not just what he did, but how he thought. He avoided patterns. He avoided killing near his home. He avoided using the same methods repeatedly. He destroyed evidence meticulously. He believed that randomness would protect him. For a long time it did. Investigators struggled to verify many of his claims. Some missing persons cases aligned with his travel history. Others could not be confirmed. Many families were left in limbo, unsure whether Keyes was responsible for the disappearance of someone they loved or whether the truth would remain forever unknown. In December 2012, while in federal custody, Israel Keyes took his own life. He left behind drawings, cryptic messages, and a list of potential victims. With his death, many answers died with him. The full number of his victims is still unknown. What makes this story especially chilling is how intentional everything was. There was no frenzy, no escalation that drew attention, just quiet preparation and long stretches of normal life in between acts of violence. Keyes compartmentalized his existence so completely that even those close to him had no idea what he was capable of. His case forced investigators to confront a disturbing possibility that there may be others like him, people who plan patiently, who move carefully, who commit crimes that never form a pattern obvious enough to detect. Israel Keyes did not want fame. He did not want recognition. He wanted secrecy. He wanted control. And for years, he succeeded. The victims he left behind are remembered not by how they died, but by the lives they were living before they crossed paths with someone who had already decided their fate. Their stories remain incomplete, scattered across time and geography, connected only by a man who believed distance could erase responsibility. This case remains a reminder that not all threats are loud. Some move quietly, blending into everyday life, leaving behind only absence and questions. And sometimes, the most terrifying crimes are the ones that almost went unnoticed. I am going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the man she loved, about a marriage that slowly became a prison, and about a crime that was carried out with chilling calmness in the early hours of an ordinary morning. This is a story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness and routine. This is the true story of Lacey Peterson. Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant and living in Modesto, California, with her husband Scott Peterson. She was known for her warmth, her humor, and her excitement about becoming a mother. Friends described her as hopeful and devoted. She had already chosen a name for her baby boy, Connor. Her life revolved around preparing for motherhood and building a future she believed was safe. Scott Peterson appeared supportive on the surface. He worked in fertilizer sales, dressed neatly, and spoke calmly. To neighbors and acquaintances, the couple looked stable. But beneath that image, cracks were forming that no one fully understood at the time. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey disappeared. Scott told police that he had gone fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina earlier that day. He claimed Lacey was home when he left, cleaning the house and walking her dog. When he returned later that afternoon, she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still on. Lacey's purse, keys, and personal belongings were still inside the house. The timing was immediately unsettling. A heavily pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve drew national attention almost instantly. Volunteers searched parks, neighborhoods, and waterways. Posters went up across California. Candlelight vigils were held. The public watched closely, hoping for a miracle. Scott Peterson became the focus almost immediately. His behavior did not match the fear and desperation many expected. He remained composed. His emotions appeared restrained. He spoke about Lacey in the past tense. Small details in his story shifted subtly with each retelling. Detectives noticed inconsistencies, but at first, there was nothing concrete enough to act on. Then investigators uncovered something devastating. Scott Peterson had been having an affair. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun a relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. He told her this would be his first Christmas without his wife, even though Lacey was still alive at the time. After Lacey went missing, Amber realized the truth and contacted police. Phone calls between Scott and Amber were recorded. While search teams were looking for Lacey, Scott was speaking to his mistress, standing at a vigil, telling her he was in Paris, watching fireworks, pretending his wife was already gone. The contrast between his words and reality was chilling. As the investigation continued, physical evidence began to surface. Scott's boat had been purchased secretly. He told no one about it. He had researched tidal patterns in the bay. Concrete anchors were found missing from his garage, with only one remaining. Prosecutors would later argue that the anchors had been used to weigh Lacey's body down in the water. In April 2003, months after Lacey disappeared, human remains surfaced along the San Francisco Bay shoreline. They were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son. The discovery shattered any remaining illusion that this was a missing persons case. It was now a homicide investigation. The location of the bodies was hauntingly close to the area Scott had claimed to be fishing on the day Lacey vanished. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly afterward. At trial, prosecutors painted a picture of a man who wanted freedom from responsibility. They argued that Scott viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of deception, financial motives, and deliberate planning. They showed how Scott maintained his calm demeanor even as his lies unraveled. The defense argued that Scott was being judged unfairly. They claimed the evidence was circumstantial. They suggested Lacey may have been abducted by someone else. They pointed to media pressure and public opinion as forces that had already decided Scott's guilt. But the jury focused on patterns. The secrecy, the affair, the boat, the lies, the location of the bodies, the absence of grief. When taken together, they formed a picture that was impossible to ignore. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later changed to life without parole. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of betrayal at its most intimate level. She trusted the man she shared her home with. She believed in a future that never arrived. Her story forced the public to confront how easily appearances can deceive and how violence does not always arrive loudly or suddenly. Sometimes it arrives quietly, sometimes it wears familiarity, and sometimes the most dangerous person is the one who knows your routines, your hopes, and your vulnerabilities better than anyone else. Lacey's legacy lives on through awareness, through changes in how crimes against pregnant women are prosecuted, and through the memory of a life taken before it had the chance to fully begin. In the end, this story is not just about murder. It is about trust, and what happens when that trust is used as a weapon. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who blended perfectly into society, about crimes that seemed random but were anything but, and about a predator who terrified an entire state for decades without ever being seen. This is a story about patience, planning, and how evil can survive for years by hiding behind routine. This is the true story of the Golden State Killer. For years, California lived with fear it could not name. Homes were broken into without warning. Families were violated in the places they felt safest. Then, just as suddenly, the violence would stop, only to begin again somewhere else. Different towns, different victims, different names assigned by police. No one realized they were all hunting the same man. In the mid-1970s, a series of burglaries began in the Sacramento area. At first, they seemed ordinary. Items were moved. Drawers were opened. Nothing of major value was taken. But over time, the intrusions became more disturbing. Personal belongings were rearranged. Windows were unlocked. Evidence suggested someone had been inside homes repeatedly, learning routines, memorizing layouts. Soon, the burglaries escalated into something far worse. Women were attacked in their homes while their partners were restrained nearby. Victims described a masked man who whispered, threatened, and controlled every movement. He stacked dishes on the backs of restrained men, warning that if he heard them break, he would kill their partner. He stayed for hours. He ate food from their kitchens. He left behind terror that lingered long after he was gone. Police called him the East Area Rapist. Communities were gripped by panic. People installed locks, alarms, and dogs. Neighborhoods organized patrols. Women slept with weapons nearby. But none of it seemed to matter. The attacks continued. The suspect left almost no usable evidence. He escaped on foot or bicycle. He seemed to vanish into the night. Then the attack stopped. Relief spread, but it was short-lived. In Southern California, a new pattern emerged. Couples were murdered in their homes. The scenes were brutal and calculated. The victims had no connection to one another. The killer left no clear motive. Investigators believed they were dealing with a different criminal, unaware that the earlier assaults and these murders were connected. The killer became known as the original Night Stalker. For decades, the case remained unsolved. The victims aged. Families waited. Detectives retired. The man responsible continued living his life undisturbed. He married. He raised children. He worked a stable job. Neighbors described him as quiet, normal, unremarkable. No one suspected that this ordinary man had once terrorized hundreds. The truth finally began to emerge through DNA. As forensic technology advanced, investigators realized that crime scenes from different regions were linked. The burglaries, the assaults, the murders, they were all committed by the same person. A single predator had evolved over time, changing methods, locations, and levels of violence. But DNA alone did not reveal his name. Years passed. Then investigators turned to genetic genealogy. They uploaded crime scene DNA to public databases, searching for distant relatives. Slowly, family trees were built. Names narrowed, until finally one man stood out. Joseph James D'Angelo. In April 2018, D'Angelo was arrested outside his home. He was 72 years old. He did not resist. He showed no emotion. The quiet neighbor was finally exposed as one of the most prolific serial criminals in American history. Investigators uncovered chilling details. D'Angelo had been a police officer during the early years of his crimes. He understood law enforcement tactics. He monitored police activity. He exploited his training to avoid capture. He stalked victims for weeks or months before attacking. He memorized schedules. He prepared escape routes. The level of planning was extraordinary. During court proceedings, survivors and family members spoke about lives permanently altered. Some described decades of fear. Others spoke of grief frozen in time. They had lived with unanswered questions for most of their lives. Now, they were finally facing the man responsible. D'Angelo remained largely silent. In 2020, he pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder and admitted to dozens of other crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would never be free again. The Golden State Killer case changed criminal investigations forever. It showed how patience and technology could solve even the oldest cases. It showed how predators can hide behind normalcy. And it forced the public to confront an uncomfortable truth. Evil does not always look chaotic. Sometimes it looks like a neighbor mowing his lawn. Sometimes it looks like a family man coming home from work. Sometimes it hides for decades, waiting for time to erase suspicion. But time does not erase truth. The victims of the Golden State Killer were not forgotten. Their stories waited quietly for science, persistence, and courage to catch up. When justice finally arrived, it did not erase the pain, but it ended the silence. This story is not just about a man who committed horrific crimes. It is about the illusion of safety, about how predators exploit routine, and about how the most terrifying threats are often the ones we never see coming. I'm going to tell you another true story, one that stayed buried for decades because it unfolded behind closed doors, inside a family that appeared ordinary from the outside. This is not a story of sudden violence or public tragedy. It is a slow, suffocating case about power, fear, and a man who believed his home was a place where rules did not apply. This is the true story of Joseph Fritzl. Joseph Fritzl lived in the small town of Amstetten, Austria. To his neighbors, he was a strict but unremarkable man. He was known as disciplined, controlling, and private, but nothing about him suggested horror. He had a wife, children, and a stable life. What no one knew was that beneath his home, he had spent years building a hidden cellar, reinforcing walls, installing doors, and creating a sealed underground space designed not for storage, but for imprisonment. In 1984, Joseph lured his 18-year-old daughter, Elizabeth Fritzl, into the basement under the pretense of helping him carry a door. Once inside, he overpowered her, dragged her into the hidden chamber, and locked her behind reinforced doors that no one else knew existed. From that moment on, Elizabeth disappeared from the world above. Joseph told his wife and community that Elizabeth had run away to join a cult. The explanation was accepted. Life continued, but Elizabeth was still there. For the next 24 years, Joseph repeatedly assaulted her in that underground prison. She was cut off from sunlight, from medical care, from freedom, from time as the world understands it. She gave birth to 7 children in captivity. 3 of them were raised underground with her, never seeing the outside world, never feeling fresh air, never understanding what normal life was. Joseph controlled everything: food, light, movement, punishment, silence. Some of the children Joseph removed from the cellar shortly after birth, claiming Elizabeth had abandoned them on the doorstep. His wife raised those children upstairs, never questioning the story, never suspecting the truth beneath her feet. The house became a split reality: normal family life above, a hidden nightmare below. The underground rooms were small, windowless, and damp. Elizabeth learned to survive by adapting to terror. She created routines for her children. She taught them to read and write with scraps of material. She protected them emotionally as much as she could, even while enduring constant abuse. Time lost meaning. Days blended together. Years passed without seasons. The case only came to light in 2008, when one of the children born in captivity became gravely ill. Joseph was forced to bring the child to a hospital. Doctors were suspicious. The story did not add up. When police became involved and demanded answers, Joseph finally led them to the cellar. What they found defied belief. Investigators descended into the hidden rooms and discovered Elizabeth and her children living in darkness. The evidence was overwhelming. The space was real. The captivity was real. The years were real. Joseph Fritzl was arrested immediately. He confessed. During the trial, the full scope of the abuse became public. Austria, and then the world, struggled to comprehend how such a crime could exist unnoticed for so long. How a man could maintain a normal appearance while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty beneath his home. How silence, obedience, and denial allowed the truth to stay buried. Joseph Fritzl was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will never be released. Elizabeth and her children were taken into protective care, beginning the slow, painful process of learning what freedom meant. They had to experience the world for the first time. Sunlight, open space, choice. This story is chilling not because of sudden violence, but because of endurance, because of how long it lasted, because of how easily evil hid behind routine, because no one questioned the story they were given. Elizabeth Fritzl survived 24 years underground. Her survival stands as proof of human resilience. But her captivity remains one of the darkest reminders of how trust, authority, and silence can be weaponized inside a home. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded almost entirely through messages, a case where technology became a weapon, and where one woman managed to control multiple lives without ever revealing her true face. This is not a story of sudden violence or loud confrontation. It is a story about obsession, deception, and a long psychological shadow that lingered for years after the crime itself was already over. This is the true story of Carrie Farver. Carrie Farver was a 37-year-old single mother living in Iowa. She was devoted to her young son, responsible, and steady in her routines. Friends described her as cautious and independent, not someone who rushed into relationships. In 2012, Carrie met a man named Dave Kropa through an online dating site. Their relationship was brief and casual. They went on a couple of dates, spent some time together, and then Carrie made it clear she did not want anything serious. Dave accepted that, and the two went their separate ways. At least, that is what Dave believed. Shortly after their last encounter, Dave began receiving messages from Carrie that felt intense and unexpected. She accused him of leading her on. She demanded attention. She sent long, angry texts at all hours of the day and night. When Dave tried to set boundaries, the messages escalated. Emails followed, then social media posts, then threats. The tone shifted constantly, from desperate to furious to strangely calm. It felt relentless. Dave was not the only one targeted. His girlfriend, Liz Gollier, began receiving messages as well. These messages were cruel, graphic, and deeply personal. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details about their lives. They accused Dave of infidelity. They harassed Liz about her appearance, her health, her worth. The messages came from different accounts, different platforms, different phone numbers. Blocking one only led to another appearing. Dave believed Carrie was responsible. The messages came under her name. The language sounded obsessive. The timing aligned with their brief relationship. When he confronted Carrie, she denied nothing. In fact, she leaned into the role, sending more messages that suggested she was watching him, following him, and inserting herself into his life deliberately. Dave contacted police multiple times, but without physical evidence or direct threats, little could be done. What no one knew was that Carrie Farver was already dead. In November of 2012, just weeks after meeting Dave, Carrie had been murdered. She was lured to a rural location, attacked, stabbed, and burned. Her body was disposed of in a way that made discovery unlikely. From that moment on, every message sent in her name came from someone else. Someone who had studied her closely enough to imitate her voice, her habits, and her anger. That person was Liz Gollier. Liz had been in a relationship with Dave and became intensely jealous of Carrie after learning about their brief connection. Instead of confronting the situation directly, Liz created an elaborate digital illusion. She took over Carrie's identity online, sending thousands of messages over several years. She stalked Dave and herself simultaneously, crafting a narrative where Carrie appeared unstable, dangerous, and obsessed. She damaged her own property. She injured herself. She filed police reports. all to reinforce the illusion that Carrie was the threat. The psychological toll was immense. Dave lived in constant fear. Liz appeared to be a victim. Friends and coworkers believed the story. Even law enforcement struggled to untangle the truth because the harassment was real, constant, and convincingly attributed to someone who no longer existed. The case began to unravel years later when investigators noticed inconsistencies that could not be explained by a single obsessed digital forensic analysis revealed that many of the messages originated from locations connected to Liz. Writing patterns overlapped. Timelines contradicted each other. Slowly, the illusion collapsed. When police finally searched Liz's property, they uncovered evidence linking her to Carrie's murder. Digital devices contained drafts of messages. Internet searches revealed planning and fixation. The person who had been presenting herself as a victim had been orchestrating the entire nightmare from the beginning. In 2017, Liz Gollier was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and stalking. At trial, prosecutors laid out a case unlike anything most jurors had ever seen. A murder hidden behind years of digital noise. A victim erased not only physically, but socially, transformed into a villain in her own absence. Liz was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Carrie Farver's remains were never fully recovered. Her son grew up without his mother and without answer for years. The truth, when it finally surfaced, felt unreal in its complexity and cruelty. This case is chilling because of how convincingly reality was rewritten. Because technology allowed a murderer to continue speaking in a victim's voice long after she was gone. Because fear was manufactured and sustained deliberately, not impulsively. And because for years, no one questioned whether the person being blamed was even alive. Carrie Farver disappeared quickly, but her identity was used for years afterward, stretched into a ghost that haunted the living. Her story reminds us that some crimes do not end when a life is taken. Sometimes they continue quietly, endlessly, through messages that never stop coming. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly inside a marriage that looked ordinary to everyone on the outside. A case where nothing appeared urgent, violent, or unstable until it was far too late. This is a story about emotional dependence, about a slow erosion of boundaries, and about a woman who trusted the person closest to her while being guided step by step toward her own disappearance. This case did not involve strangers, late-night attacks, or sudden chaos. It unfolded gradually, inside daily routines, inside conversations that sounded normal, and inside a home that never appeared dangerous. This is the true story of Kathleen Peterson. Kathleen Peterson lived in Durham, North Carolina, with her husband Michael Peterson. Kathleen was successful, independent, and deeply respected in her professional life. She worked as a business executive, traveled frequently, and carried herself with confidence. Michael was a novelist and columnist, known for his intelligence, charm, and ability to speak persuasively. Together, they appeared intellectually matched, financially comfortable, and socially active. Their home was large, welcoming, and often filled with guests. Nothing about their lives suggested instability. On a December night in 2001, Kathleen was found dead at the bottom of the staircase in their home. She had suffered severe head injuries. Blood was present on the walls, the floor, and the stairs. Michael called emergency services, claiming Kathleen had fallen after drinking wine and taking medication. He sounded shaken but controlled. He insisted it was an accident. At first, the explanation seemed possible. Stair falls can be fatal. Alcohol had been consumed. There were no obvious signs of forced entry. But as investigators examined the scene more closely, doubts began to form. Kathleen's injuries were extensive, far more severe than expected from a simple fall. The amount of blood suggested prolonged trauma rather than a single impact. The pattern did not align cleanly with an accident. As the investigation deepened, Michael Peterson's life began to unfold in unexpected ways. Authorities learned that he had been involved in multiple secret relationships with men, relationships Kathleen was not aware of. Financial pressures existed beneath the surface of their comfortable lifestyle. Credit card debt was mounting. Kathleen's income supported much of the household. Divorce, exposure, and financial collapse all loomed quietly in the background. Investigators also uncovered a strikingly similar death years earlier. A close family friend in Germany had been found dead at the bottom of a staircase, under circumstances Michael had been present for. That case had been ruled accidental. But now, with Kathleen's death, the resemblance felt too precise to ignore. Michael maintained his innocence. He spoke calmly. He gave interviews. He insisted Kathleen loved him, trusted him, and that their marriage was strong. Supporters described him as incapable of violence. Others saw inconsistencies in his statements, changes in timelines, and emotional reactions that felt controlled rather than spontaneous. The case went to trial, becoming one of the most debated criminal proceedings in modern American history. Experts argued over blood spatter patterns, injury mechanisms, and behavioral evidence. The prosecution painted a picture of a man cornered by secrets, finances, and fear of exposure. The defense argued that the scene was misinterpreted, that the science was flawed, and that a tragic accident had been transformed into a crime. Kathleen Peterson, the person at the center of it all, became almost invisible in the noise of debate. She was not reckless. She was not unstable. She trusted her environment. She trusted her home. And she trusted the man she shared it with. Michael Peterson was ultimately convicted of murder, though the case continued to evolve for years afterward through appeals, overturned evidence, and legal complexities. The truth of exactly what happened on that staircase remains disputed, suspended between certainty and doubt. But what is undeniable is that Kathleen Peterson died inside a place she believed was safe during an ordinary night, without ever realizing how vulnerable she was. This story is chilling because it exists in ambiguity, because certainty remains just out of reach, because it forces us to sit with the idea that truth can be fragmented, layered, and obscured by intelligence and presentation. And because it reminds us that danger does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it exists quietly, inside familiar spaces, waiting for the moment when no one else is watching. Kathleen Peterson did not disappear into darkness. She fell into it, inside her own home, while the world debated what it meant. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while doing one of the most ordinary things imaginable. A disappearance so quiet and unresolved that it continues to unsettle investigators decades later. This is not a story filled with frantic witnesses or dramatic confrontations. It is a story about routine, trust, and a moment where the world simply failed to notice that someone was slipping away. This is the true story of Asha Degree. Asha Degree was 9 years old and lived in Shelby, North Carolina, with her parents and older brother. She was shy, polite, and deeply attached to her family. She did well in school and followed rules carefully. Her parents described her as cautious, not adventurous, not the type of child who would wander off on her own. She was afraid of the dark. She was afraid of storms. She slept in the same room as her brother, finding comfort in routine and familiarity. On the night of February 13th, 2000, a winter storm passed through the area. The power flickered. Rain fell steadily. Temperatures were low. Inside the Degree home, everything appeared normal. Asha went to bed after watching television with her family. Her parents checked on her before going to sleep. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime between midnight and early morning, Asha quietly got out of bed. She dressed herself. She packed a small backpack, and she left her home on foot, walking into the cold, rainy darkness alone. No one saw her leave the house. No one heard the door open. When her parents woke later that morning to prepare for work and school, Asha was gone. At first, they believed she might be hiding somewhere in the house. Children sometimes play games like that. But as minutes passed, panic set in. Her backpack was missing. Her coat was gone. The weather outside made the situation immediately alarming. Police were called, and a search began almost instantly. What made the case even more unsettling was that multiple motorists later reported seeing a small child walking along Highway 18 during the early morning hours. Some assumed it was an older teen. Others slowed down, concerned, but hesitated to stop. One driver turned around after realizing how small she appeared. But by the time he returned, she was gone, disappearing into the trees beside the road. Search teams focused on the surrounding woods, fields, and properties. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the area. Volunteers searched tirelessly. But there was no sign of Asha. No clothing. No footprints that could be followed. No clear trail. Days later, a small shed was discovered several hundred yards off the highway. Inside were items believed to belong to Asha, including candy wrappers and a pencil. It appeared that she had sheltered there briefly during the storm. The discovery confirmed that Asha had indeed been walking alone that night. It deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Why would a 9-year-old child, afraid of the dark and storms, leave her home voluntarily in the middle of the night during bad weather? That question became the center of the investigation. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Asha may have been groomed by someone she trusted, someone who convinced her to leave at a specific time. Others believed she may have misunderstood instructions related to a school event. Asha had recently participated in a basketball game where she missed important plays and felt embarrassed. Some wondered if she was trying to prove something to herself. But none of these explanations fully accounted for her fearfulness or the careful planning required to leave unnoticed. Years passed with no definitive answers. Then, in 2001, construction workers found Asha's backpack buried along a roadside more than 20 miles away. It had been double-wrapped in plastic. Inside were items that did not belong to her, including a book from her school library that had been checked out by another child. The location and condition of the backpack suggested intentional concealment. The discovery shifted the case firmly toward foul play. Asha had not simply wandered and gotten lost. Someone had interacted with her. Someone had possession of her belongings. Someone had taken deliberate steps to hide evidence. Despite renewed efforts, no suspect was ever conclusively identified. Over the years, tips poured in. Sightings were reported across multiple states. Faces were compared. Leads were chased. Each one ended without resolution. Asha's parents never stopped searching. They kept her bedroom exactly as it was. They celebrated her birthdays. They spoke about her in the present tense for years, refusing to accept that hope should expire. For them, Asha did not vanish into the past. She remained a child who could still come home. What makes this story so deeply unsettling is its contradiction. Asha was not reckless. She was not troubled. She did not seek danger. And yet, she walked willingly into the night, guided by a reason that remains unknown. The danger she encountered did not announce itself. It waited quietly. Asha Degree did not disappear in a city filled with strangers. She vanished from a small town, from a loving home, from a life defined by safety and routine. Her absence has stretched across decades, leaving behind questions that refuse to settle. This case reminds us that the most frightening mysteries are not always loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold softly while the world sleeps, and by the time morning arrives, someone is already gone.